Are we ready? Yes, everyone's ready except for me. Back to the CSIRO, and I think, who's next on the list? I think Senator Bell, you are up next.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So I have some questions today, prepared with the assistance of the member for New England, Barnaby Joyce, just in relation to CSIRO and the Chiswick Research Station. So the Mayor of Uralla Shire Council wrote to the Minister in March this year advising CSIRO Agriculture and Food had proposed cutting approximately 50 staff nationally from livestock research, with the majority of those losses falling on health, welfare and genetics, the very disciplines that are the mainstay of Chiswick. That same correspondence noted that over 50% of current scientific staff at Chiswick are proposed to be made redundant, leaving the site with, in the Mayor's words, quote, a skeleton crew. Staff at Chiswick were told by management that it is, quote, another quote here, very rare for decisions to be reversed, which doesn't really sound like genuine consultation process has taken place. It sounds like a decision's already been made. So my question is, how many full-time equivalent staff are currently employed at Chiswick? And if you could break that down by scientific, technical and administrative roles.
Senator, thank you for the question. I'll hand to Dr Taylor, but before I do, just to reiterate a comment I made previously, our change process is quite extensive and we have 6 steps in that process. We have just reached the conclusion of step 5. So it sounds like some of the commentary that you're talking about comes from much earlier steps in the process. Just to reiterate that we do take all input from across CSIRO as well as our external stakeholder groups very, very seriously. But I'll hand to Dr Taylor to go to the question.
Thank you for the question, Senator. I can give an update on the agriculture and food changes, and these were relayed in a decision town hall on the 23rd of April. So if I heard correctly, you mentioned a date in March, is that correct?
Yeah, yes.
So this is post that number, and so where as a result of consultation, both internal and external, the net reduction total for that research unit was 49 roles. That spans multiple areas, including our food innovation work, and not all of that is related to our livestock work. So in regards to Chiswick Station, which you mentioned, there were mitigation of multiple roles there, and I will take that on notice to give you the exact composition and breakdown of that.
Thank you.
However, that is a clear example that, in fact, exactly at Chiswick Station, that decision was reversed for some roles.
So how many roles and what percentage of the scientific workforce there have been or are proposed to be made redundant currently?
So there includes 54. Are you talking specifically about Chiswick, Senator?
Yes, but just on Chiswick. So
okay.
The scientific workforce specifically, do we know how many are proposed to be made redundant there?
I'll take that on notice, Senator, because we focus on sort of the science and the capability that's required across. We have livestock research that exists at Chiswick, but also at other sites. So I'll take that on notice specifically for that site.
And then as a result, do you know what specific research programs, including animal welfare, livestock genetics and genomics, livestock health and resilience, fly strike management, virtual fencing, do you know which of those will be discontinued or reduced as a result?
I'm happy to provide more details on notice, Senator, but I do know that there were some considerations of a shift of our livestock research away from single animal focused research into managing livestock as a farming system. I think this is in line with where the industry impact is in terms of how most agribusinesses are managing livestock systems, and in recognition of the fact that CSIRO has done work in livestock animal welfare for quite some time. That area Australia performs very strongly in terms of livestock animal welfare. Well adopted across the industry, and therefore we saw opportunities to move into other areas such as methane work, managing livestock system productivity. So that work is ongoing, and the integration of livestock systems with other agricultural systems such as crops.
So my understanding is that a senior CSIRO administrator gave an explicit public assurance at a meeting in Armidale in December of last year that Chiswick was not on the target list for closures. And now that assurance was apparently given in good faith to the community, and now what we've got just months later is that there are these viability assessments underway. So we're sitting here, One Nation, we hear that and we regard that as sort of a serious breach of trust with the New England community. So how does CSIRO sort of reconcile the public commitments that were given with the current viability assessment process, which, as staff have noted themselves, amounts to cutting most people from the site and then potentially declaring it unviable?
Again, Senator, I will say that it is my understanding that there is no analysis ongoing now about the viability of the site. That was part of the proposal and would have been mentioned in your update to March. However, that with the mitigation of staff on site, that is no longer the case. I think, in that Chiswick Research Station in New England, there's a fantastic partnership with the University of New England working on livestock methane work. There are strengths and capabilities in working through that area on the sustainability of Australia's livestock systems. We clearly are going to take a longer time to have a think about how best to use that work and where best to place that work.
So the viability assessment is not going to continue. Can you rule out a closure of Chiswick? Now,
the viability assessment, that's my understanding, Senator. I'll confirm that on notice. Can I rule out the closure of Chiswick? I think, as Mr Munyat has said, we're considering our whole footprint, basically, in terms of efficiency and sustainability. And so Chiswick, along with all our other sites, will be considered in that because, we're quite determined to make sure that we use our research investments as sustainably as possible. Where sites have large impact and have unique offerings, then, they remain an important part of our research portfolio. But we'll be asking that of all our sites over the next coming years.
When you say unique offerings, if you look at Chiswick, it's not just a research station because it hosts Australia's only paddock-based quarantine regulated research facility. And we regard that as a sovereign capability. It's not something that can easily be recreated by redirecting funding to a university or contracting out to industry. The National Farmers Federation has publicly stated that CSIRO has, I'll quote from them, irreplaceable sovereign facilities, and has actually urged the government to stop job losses in agriculture and food research. So it's good to hear it sounds like that facility is not about to be closed down. But yeah, so is Chiswick Australia's only paddock-based quarantine regulated research facility?
I'd have to check that, Senator, but I don't believe so. I believe that the University of Queensland at Gatton is investing in facilities, and also I guess I would point to CSIRO's intent in this area to support the livestock industry. We have the ACDP facility in Geelong, which is actually one of 3 in the world that can do livestock biosecurity quarantine research. So, I think this speaks to a truly unique capability, and we prioritise work to the livestock industry of a range of facilities.
So, do they also do the fly strike vaccine development, or was that something that was only occurring in Chiswick?
The Geelong facility does not do the fly strike vaccine work. However, that's potentially part of our biosecurity offering, and I think something that we think is important work.
Because New England does produce some of the world's finest wool. The Mayor of Uralla has made clear that no small part of this success for the region is built on 80 years of research at Chiswick. And among one of the active programs there underway is the fly strike vaccine development. And now that was a program funded in part by Australian Wool Innovation. And my understanding is it can only be conducted at Chiswick due to its unique quarantine status. And so fly strike costs the wool industry hundreds of millions of dollars a year, and a vaccine would be transformative in assisting with that. So if Chiswick is significantly reduced or has its capacity reduced, where would that vaccine research, the fly strike vaccine research, would it continue? Where and under what arrangements?
I think you're asking a hypothetical question at the moment, Senator. So I think, I think I'll have to take that on notice, because I guess basically what I've explained is that, you know, we've made a commitment to mitigate some roles that are based at Chiswick. That allows us to continue some of the work there that we got through consultation. We learnt, and I believe that is tied to that quarantine facility. That we will continue that work. So, in terms of a hypothetical question, I'm not sure exactly how I can best answer that.
Can you give any assurances that the fly strike program will continue despite, say, reduction of roles? I think you said something like 50 roughly roles would be reduced, but we can...
Senator, you're talking about the total number of reductions across the Agriculture and Food Research Unit?
Right, which was not...
There is only a small number that are based at Chiswick. So, for example, you know, we are reducing a whole program of work in food innovation, which is based out of Werribee. So that's the total for the research unit, which is a substantial program.
You're at 10 minutes, Senator Bell.
No, I think... Let me just see.
We can come back to you.
Look, that's all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Chair, thanks for your time again. Something to return to our conversation we were having prior to the dinner break about holding space. And as I understand it, you were holding some of your budget to spend on changing priorities.
Sorry, Senator, no. What I meant by that was it was a turn of phrase. What I meant by that was that, as I said, we will continue to review our research portfolio going forward in order to make sure that it is optimally tuned to it in order to achieve impact for Australia. And so, in that sense, we may need to make some reprioritisation decisions within the scope of some of those reviews, and that's what I meant by that.
Okay, so it's holding space to potentially make some cuts, but
intellectually holding space to allow us to make sure that we continue to tune our research portfolio.
And do you see that being a net loss of jobs or just a rearranging of?
No, the whole point about the conversation around we can now stabilise our workforce means that as we find some things that are higher priority, we will be able to invest in those as we go forward.
Thank you. That's thank you for clarifying that.
Apologies for the ambiguous term.
No problem at all. I'm glad we clarified it. What's the cost saving from the 5 climate modellers that you're expected to lose from the Access team?
I can't tell you what that is offhand, Senator. We'll have to get that on notice.
Okay, maybe on notice.
Senator, if I might just step in and provide a bit of context there.
Figure?
As we've said all the way along, the way that we've been building the research portfolio has been to consider very carefully the balance of the activities that we conduct across the research portfolio. So we think long and hard around the relationship between fundamental research as well as the activities that might then be involved in translation of that research to achieve impact, because we're an applied science organisation. So we think very much in terms of the balance between particular the particular activities across the entire research portfolio. So talking in terms of specific financial savings associated with particular activities separates it from the wider context of the thinking that we're doing.
But Professor Huntington, you surely wouldn't be cutting climate modellers if you didn't have a budget crisis.
That's not what I said, Senator. What I was talking about was the idea that we look at the overall mix of the level of effort across the entire research.
And you have to do that because of the budget constraints.
We look across two dimensions, one of which is the priority of the research, relative priority of the research, and the other is the overall funding envelope that we have.
This is probably one for Mr. Munyard. How many employees have contracts due to expire in the next 6 months? Term employees.
Well, I might have to take that on notice, Senator.
Sure.
I don't. We have
Maybe if you, yeah.
we have approximately 1,000 staff as term employees at the moment, but I don't know how many of those have an expiry in the next 6 months. I'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. Maybe on notice, if you can give me sort of a 6 month, 12 month. What's the average term length?
We typically employ our researchers on a term length of around 3 years.
3 years.
Can be around that.
Okay. And of those 1,000 contracts due to expire, how many are expected not to be renewed?
I'll have to take that on notice. We obviously have some term ends coming through the current processes, but I'll have to take that on notice too.
And are they part of that 350 we were talking about earlier?
There's some term ends that are a part of that 300 to 350. They're not all redundancies through that 300 process. There's a number of term ends through there.
Okay. Are there any that are not included in that 350?
Term ends?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, Senator. I'll have to take that on notice. But again, as Professor Huntington has mentioned, we'll be able to stabilise our workforce at a level. So if there were some term ends that ceased, it would mean that we would be able to rehire potentially other capability.
Okay. I mean, if they're not included in that 350, I'd find that concerning. But if you can come back on notice, that'd be good. Has CSIRO undertaken any analysis of capability loss arising from non-renewal of term contracts? Have you done that work?
Quite sure what you mean, Senator, in terms of...
You've got 1,000 people on term contracts, and I assume there's a mix of some pretty impressive skills and capability amongst those 1,000. Have you looked at what it would mean in terms of the loss of talent from CSIRO if you're not able to renew those 1,000?
Dr. Mayfield for that.
Just to probably give you some context there, Senator, each of our research units typically run a capability committee where they look at resourcing within that research unit and how it's deployed against projects. So they make decisions on new hires, on term ends, whether in some cases we will renew those, some cases we'll get a different type of skill set coming in. So that's an ongoing basis. So all through the last couple of years, those committees have been making decisions. So we've been actively extending, renewing and looking at new terms as well as letting terms lapse as they reach the end of that contract. Okay. So, and we do that on the basis of the capability that we need to deliver against the project portfolio. So it's this whole concept of having the right capability to deliver against the objective that you're trying to do. So that it's a dynamic thing. It's always going to keep changing. And that's sort of part of the equation that we've got around how we prioritise and deprioritise capability, trying to make sure that we're bringing in the right people and retaining the right people as best we can within our constraints.
Okay, and then thank you. That's good. I'll put a few questions on notice about that. But coming back to the climate modelling, do you accept that Australia is the only Southern Hemisphere nation that operates a climate model at scale?
Yeah, so the Access model is the only one in the Southern Hemisphere that uses the Southern Hemisphere data predominantly and is focused around that region.
And when does CSIRO expect Australia's climate model capability will fall behind comparable international models?
I don't believe we see it falling behind. We are maintaining that and improving it as we go forward. A lot of the work we're doing is trying to make it more applicable to the real problem. So a lot of the work we did with the National Climate Risk Assessment through Australian Climate Services, along with BOM and others, was to understand how you can downscale. You know, a lot of that was done around CMIP6, but how do you downscale those model predictions to make them usable when you're trying to look at hazards and impacts in more localised areas? In some cases, regional is good. In some cases, you really ultimately need to get down to asset level to understand the hazard and the risks. So we've been doing that work actively and we continue to do that work.
You said make it more applicable to the current problem. What is the current problem?
The problem's trying to understand, everyone wants to know what will climate do to my location, whether that's a region, whether it's a local government area, whether it's a street. So that's the problem that we're focusing on as we go forward. So using the model predictions that comes out of the coupled model into comparison project work, but using that then to make it more usable for the various end users, whether it's planning functions within councils, whether it's insurance companies. There's a whole range of those sort of users that want climate information to make decisions. And that's where we're trying to put a lot of our effort, and that's where ACS and the National Climate Risk Assessment, and in turn I expect the National Adaptation Plan, that's what it's trying to work on. We've got very good climate projections that do them every so often, but we're trying to use them as much as we can.
But we're talking about a 40% reduction in that team. So how are they possibly going to do all that work and keep it up to international standard with a 40% reduction in the work?
So you recall earlier I talked about the fact that a lot of our work happens more broadly around adaptation. That's away from that particular group. The work that we talked about around Access NRI, that's 3 FTE. Those people were doing work, roles that around coordination, data management, evaluation and calibration of models. That work, those roles are funded through Access NRI, so we're really finishing the transition to Access NRI there. They've got resources to do that. We are focusing on applying the models. That's where we think we add greater value. So we're a user of the models, but we're applying them.
But I mean, you won't tell me how many people are actually being lost from the climate modelling team. I've been told that it's going from 12 to 7. Is that wrong?
So depending on your definition of who's in the climate modelling space, we talk about being about 60 FTE work in that space, around climate modelling itself, not the adaptation pieces. Originally 12 were impacted, it's down to 11 based on consultation. So that's where we're seeing changes. And some of those changes are around monitoring, atmospheric chemistry and things like that, which is a little bit different to doing specific climate modelling. It's observation and measurement. But we've still got to, we're working with other PFRAs to make sure we've got coverage there.
But I'm talking about actual climate modellers. I understand that it's gone from 12 to 7.
To work out who actually models, I would have to take that on notice, because everyone does slightly different roles.
What definition are you using for the 60?
We're using a broader definition for the 60.
Yeah.
So it takes people who are good at coding, it takes people who are good at basically managing data, it takes people who are good at actually running the models and improving them, looking at the actual physical processes that are taking place. So there's a whole range of different skills there. Some people are taking measurements and doing observations, which becomes input data to that. So it's an ecosystem, but the ecosystem can still undertake that work going forward. But we're trying to understand more about the adaptation applications. That's where we see the science priority. We still see very much importance around doing the modelling. It's a really critical input, but we think it's a mature space that we're more comfortable in. Adaptation is the place where we haven't made as much gain, and that's where I think we have to put more emphasis in.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Wishwilson.
Thanks, Chair. It was pointed out to us, Dr Mayfield, in the inquiry, actually as it was in 2017, when CSIRO was looking at cutting jobs from oceans and atmosphere, that there's no point in having adaptation if you don't have the data to put into it in the first place, and that you're cutting off your nose to spite your face. But how do you respond to that?
So I would agree with you, but our intent is that we're maintaining the ability to do the modelling and to make that a key input. We've done a lot of that work through Australian Climate Service as well, along with the BOM has resources that do similar things. So we continue to do that. So we see the importance just as you do, but we're looking to do both.
Okay. Can I just ask you, you mentioned a couple of times you want to take the modelling, the observations, the kind of the research and use them, and I think you've also used the word applying. Your focus is now on applying them.
Yeah.
Is that code for looking for clients for these services?
No, and it's not a like we're increasing the emphasis there. We have been working in adaptation for quite some time as well.
Indeed.
But we're getting
You
closer
mentioned
to
insurance companies as an example. Who's interested in your modelling and the work?
So if you look at Australian Climate Services, it's currently building its data platform, which will put a lot of these things up there. Companies like insurance companies are very sophisticated on how they manage risk. So they will take a lot of that data and do their own work. But for other groups, they are less sophisticated, so there's probably opportunity for us to help them more. We're not looking for it to be a fee-for-service type model. We're trying to make available. So Australian Climate Services is about making the data available on a single source of truth.
Okay, well, that was going to be my next question, because I was interested, you've also been, the word prioritising has been thrown around a lot tonight, and I was wondering, are we still prioritising scientists seeking external revenue to help cover the costs of their research? Is that still a cultural priority at CSIRO?
Senator, I don't think we've ever said that.
You've never had external revenue?
I don't think we've ever said that we've prioritised on the basis of revenue.
Really? In the last 10 years, CSIRO's never put pressure on their scientists to seek external revenue for their research.
So, Senator, I'll refer you back to the submission that we made to the inquiry, where we actually wrote down what were the 6 criteria by which we made our prioritisation decisions, and external revenue was not in any of those.
No, but that's different to what I just mentioned, Professor. Are you saying that the CSIRO's never had a culture of putting pressure on scientists to find external revenue to help fund their research projects?
So, Senator, we, as you know, we do engage in a range of commercialisation activities, and we do engage in a range of consulting activities, and the nature of the external funding that we might seek to attain as a consequence of that comes as a consequence of a range of decisions, including things like, do we believe that this is strategically relevant? Do we believe that we might want to own some of the IP that comes as a consequence of this to protect it for Australia? Or is this a fee-for-service piece of consulting? Or, as Dr Mayfield said, are there collaborations that we engage in where we for example, make data available to be open source? Access NRI is actually a very good example of a place where we have facilitated work that we did to make it open source available.
I'll put it to you a different way, Professor. Are you aware of criticisms that have been raised with this committee multiple times over a decade about this growing culture at CSIRO? It's been going on for decades now to increasingly put pressure on scientists to find external revenue. I mean, I think we actually heard in the last hearings from scientists that said it might have started at 30-40% of their budget, and in some cases they say it was up to 90% of their costs had to be covered by finding clients to, monetising their research. Are you aware of that? You've been with CSIRO a long time. You're very senior.
Senator, I've been in CSIRO for a little under 5 years, for context.
Okay.
We heard some of that evidence at the inquiry as well, and there were a range of positions put, as I understand it, as part of the testimony there, some of which was around assertions along the lines that you describe, and some of which there were actually assertions where folks said that engaging with external stakeholders allowed them to understand the nature of the problems that they were interested in and to get a good sense of the research.
You can put a positive spin on it. My question is whether you acknowledge that has been an ongoing criticism.
So CSIRO does indeed receive criticism for that, and the observation that I would make would be that there are a range of much more sophisticated drivers than the one that you described.
Well, just a couple of other questions on this, and then I've got some specific questions on another matter. You've obviously, Professor, you've done a lot of work with STEM. How damaging are these job cuts that we've seen in this round and the previous round to the great work that's being done in the STEM area? I know the Minister talks about this a lot. Is this causing problems when young aspiring scientists from school age through to university see their jobs being cut across the board at their premier science agency?
This has undoubtedly been an incredibly challenging time, not just for observers of CSIRO, but also for the people inside the organisation. There is and I do not want to flatten that experience at all. One of the things that I was certainly very pleased to see when we sat with you through the inquiry was a wider conversation around what is the role of science, technology and engineering and maths in Australia writ large. This is an important conversation that I think that the Australian public needs to have.
Okay. Last question, probably one for you, Minister. I can't remember the exact words you used, but I'm sure you won't dispute. You said something along the lines in the Senate chamber when we had a debate on the job cuts at CSIRO that if jobs were cut, those jobs could be picked up in other areas of science in the country, including some agencies that we've talked about tonight, like BOM and AAD and other areas where there's crossover. Are you aware of any people who've lost their jobs, any workers or scientists that have been picked up working in other agencies?
Excuse me. I mean, these are people who work in the CSIRO are very talented and capable scientists and researchers. We have
even though they've lost their jobs.
Yeah, absolutely, okay. Absolutely. The changes that the organisation has made are not a reflection on the quality of the work or the capabilities of the individuals who've involved. I think the management have been very consistent about that point. We have a big research ecosystem, and I want to see wherever it's possible in our universities and our other research institutions, where there's research priorities that engage these talents, I want to see people extending their careers.
Not aware of any that have occurred?
No, I'm not. I mean, the organisation is part of the way through the process. Which that's been the subject of some evidence tonight.
Okay. Could I just ask a couple of quick questions about Gazera?
10 minutes.
I'm nearly 10 minutes, am I?
Yeah.
Okay. Would you want to come back to me then?
If you can be quick.
Okay. I've got. How long have I got?
As quick as you can be. We're trying
okay, sure. Are you aware of the following ongoing research projects being undertaken by Gazera? Project W33, environmental baseline characterisation of Hot Springs Valley, Northern Territory, and Project W38, groundwater connectivity between the CLA and the surface in the eastern Beetaloo sub-basin extension.
So in terms of the specific projects, I'd have to sort of look into that. But in terms of Gazera, it's effectively winding up at the end of this month.
Right.
And it'll formally be terminated in the end of December of this year.
Yep.
But essentially there's been no new projects taken on for some time, so it's been going through execution of those final projects and getting those completed. So it's in that wind-up phase.
Okay, well, that was going to be my next question. Perhaps if you could take it on notice. Dr Mayfield, what's the current timeline for the completion and publication of the findings of those projects, those two in particular?
Yep.
Whether they're on track for completion by 30th of June in particular?
We can double check that for you. The intention was to try and have everything done by mid-year, but there may be some stuff that spills over.
Okay. And have you presented the Gazera findings on either projects to stakeholders, government stakeholders or industry stakeholders?
Typically what we do is they will hold either town halls or workshops. I would have to check on the specific details of it. I haven't looked myself of late. Also, everything goes on to the website, so it's freely available. So there's a range of different avenues by which the information is made available. But let me check as to what they're actually doing.
Thank you. Including who was in attendance at those meetings?
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Including who was in attendance at those meetings? Does that detail go?
I don't know if they keep a record of who attends. Well, I can find out for you.
If you could take that on notice, and if not, could I get the dates and who was in attendance at those meetings for those two projects?
Okay, I'll check to see what the plan was for winding it up.
And if any amendments were made to the report following those sessions. Just quickly, I understand Santos is a significant funder of the projects. Did the project team meet with Santos about the projects Are you aware?
I'm not aware of the meeting with Santos, no.
Okay, I'll put some more detailed questions to you on that.
Yep.
Can you confirm who was on the technical reference groups for the projects?
So all of those information is available on their website, so we can make that available for you.
Yep, great, thank you. In particular, whether Santos, Tamboran and Empire Energy were part of that technical reference group. And lastly, how often the technical reference group met. So I'll put them in writing to you.
Again, very
I'll put them
specific
in writing
information,
to you.
so I'll get that for you on notice.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. I appreciate that. I was going to ask a couple of quick questions. I haven't been able to track down a copy of your opening statement, Professor Huntington. Firstly, I think congratulations on the organisation for making the centenary significant milestone. That is a significant thing for the organisation. In your opening statement, you talked about the additional funding that is contained in the budget and MyEFO, in addition to the $1 billion allocation that you have. I just wondered if you could just go through what specific allocations those were, please.
Sorry, can you repeat the last part of that question?
Specific further funding that's been provided on top of the $1 million ongoing in this budget, and also MyEFO.
Okay. So in MyEFO, we received $233 million, and in the 2026-27 budget, we received $387.4 million.
Sorry, can you say that?
$387.4 million.
And again, in your opening statement, I think you talked quite broadly about what some of that additional funding was going to be used for in relation to maximising research for Australia, long-term sustainability, workforce sustainability. I just wondered if you could talk in a bit more granularity about what you mean by those things, and I guess how it helps, how this funding will help the board and management's focus on research that invents and deploys technology to address key national problems that we have.
Sure. So I'll hand to Mr. Bunyan in a second to go through some of the details of where the additional 387.4 will go. Just to reiterate, the funding is specifically to address the profound and significant sustainability challenges that we face. This is a consequence of decades of underinvestment in our infrastructure. And so, in general, our intention is to provide safe and fit-for-purpose sites, as well as scientific equipment, cyber protection and technology, so that our researchers and our collaborators can make the discoveries that we believe are incredibly important and turn them into real-world impact.
Okay.
Yep.
Dr. Mayfield, were you going to...
Mr. Munyard.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Munyon.
So in terms of, I mentioned before in response to, I think, Senator Barbara Pocock's question in relation to the splits, we are working through the budget planning of those, but one of the most critical things for us is addressing what we define as our repairs and maintenance backlog on our infrastructure. We have 45 sites across the country, and we're estimating that across all of those sites, we're on the record as saying it's approximately $280 million as our backlog that needs repairs and maintenance across there. We'll prioritise that, and we're in the process of prioritising that for investment to make sure that we're getting both the high-risk items and the areas and sites that we think we will stay at longer term. On top of that, we'll be investing in other research equipment and quite importantly, in our cyber security. We are an at-risk organisation in relation to cyber, and so very important that we maintain safe and secure systems, both and I suppose infrastructure, both digital and physical. Mm-hmm. So they're the major things that we'll be investing in over the period.
Thank you. And the Minister, I think, mentioned this in a comment earlier around $38 million for the Australian Centre for Disease Preparedness in terms of receiving ongoing funding in the budget. I wondered if you could just talk a little bit about the work of the ACDP and how the additional funding will be used there.
Absolutely. I'll pass to Dr. Taylor on that one.
Yes, thank you, Senator, for the question. That's correct, $38 million that contributes to the ongoing financial sustainability of the facility. This operating a facility of this complexity and criticality to Australia's biosecurity is a substantial cost, I guess, and what that operating funds goes to is really maintaining the 24/7 stand-ready capabilities of the facility. So this is a facility that has to be stand-ready to respond immediately to any particular emergency threats or risks that emerge. So that operating fund goes to things like maintaining, covering the workforce, maintaining the infrastructure, important compliance, including ethics compliance and enterprise support to maintain continuous readiness. So, for example, if I can give you an example, in 2025 that facility did 37,000 diagnostics tests, and I guess over 900 of those were exclusions for potentially notifiable diseases. That's sort of the work of the facility. To come back with a no on that is amazingly important to our agricultural industries and our communities. And some of this does require within immediately ASAP. So a team of 4 will turn up at 2:30 on a Sunday morning and complete tests. So for that facility to run 24/7 under high containment, that's what that operating funds allows us to do. Yeah.
Thank you. And we certainly heard in the inquiry in terms of the sustainability of CSIRO around some significant challenges around the infrastructure, repairs, maintenance and backlog. So thank you for providing that overview. I guess my final question to the Minister is regarding the approach of this government around the funding for CSIRO compared to the previous government's approach to funding our National Science and Research Agency.
Well, thank you. I think it's certainly true to say that the government's commitment here, in addition to the $278 million that the government announced through 2025, an additional $387.4 million that sits on top of the, circa $1 billion commitment every year for Australian science, $39 billion more broadly investment in research and development for Australia, an additional $2 billion over the forwards in terms of this government's commitment to Australian science and research. And we do that because science and our research and development sector are crucial for Australia meeting the big national challenges. We don't second guess the science. We don't spend time in internet chat rooms sharing conspiracy theories. We back Australian science to solve the big national problems for Australian agriculture, for our defence, for the future of our energy system, for the future of our resources sector, for our food security. All of these big challenges require not just one of the world's premier applied science and industrial research organisations, but a vital and vibrant university research sector, and all of the scientific and research organisations that cooperate in this big national effort.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Little. Oh,
you can go.
I think Matt. Okay, Matt.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I just have some questions about, not too many, about the GenCost draft report, the 25-26 report. I'm just going to page 55 of that report, and it says there is a clear trend that decreasing emissions increases 2050 electricity costs. So does this mean your report concludes that going towards net zero by 2050 increases the price of electricity?
I haven't got the report with me, Senator, I'm sorry. So I'm happy to take that on notice and get Mr Graham to answer that for you.
This is a direct quote. It's page 55. You don't have the GenCost report in front of you?
No, I don't have it with me tonight. I'm sorry.
But we ask questions about the GenCost report every estimates.
This can't be a surprise.
We might get this tabled then for you. I'll just need a second for that. But actually, while we do that then, I might ask some other questions on a different topic. You probably, I think, probably seen the news that recently some authors for the next IPCC report, so-called AR7, have concluded that the RCP 8.5 model is implausible and will not be continuing to be used in the IPCC reports. Does the CSIRO use the RCP 8.5 model in any of its climate research?
So there's a range of different RCPs that have been used in the past. So we've done cases for each of them in terms of their use. Depending on the context in which you're using it, you may use that, but we don't only use that if we were to.
But you have used RCP 8.5?
Given that it was internationally agreed concentration pathway.
Yep.
But if I'm not familiar with the quote that you've got there, but if they're no longer using it, it's unlikely that we would either. But I haven't seen the quote.
Have we got that email address? Okay. So, I mean, you might be aware that the RCP 8.5 scenario is most associated with the most alarmist predictions of climate change. It has always seemed to me a little outlandish. It would mean the roughly sevenfold increase in coal production this century. It seems unlikely. Will you need now to go back and have a look at previous CSIRO work, including that release last year with the climate, whatever that was called, the climate modelling that was all that released? Did any of that rely on the 8.5 scenario that's now discredited?
It doesn't rely on it.
Did I suppose any of the findings or conclusions in that report use the RCP 8.5?
So where there's using different pathways, it's noted in the reports. I'd have to look at each report just to sort of see which ones have used. But we tend to use the three lower ones more than the upper one. But there is a range of scenarios. They're not a deterministic path that's expected. They're scenarios that are considered.
Are you going to go back and audit any of this work, given it's been discredited?
I'd have to see the quote to understand the full context, Senator, but I'm comfortable that the work would have been reported in such a way that those assumptions are quite clear, and you can look at a range of scenarios and you can move with the set of scenarios that you think are most likely. And we also use other ones that come from the International Energy Agency and things like that for different, the step change protocols that they have. And the stated policies version. So there's a range of things which I think will give you a fairly agreed set of scenario sort of frameworks to use.
Okay, well look, it is true that often whatever you actually report, the media reports the most alarmist stuff for understandable reasons, but they effectively relied on your work, and so I'd hope that we rectify any misreporting of that in the future, given that this particular scenario has been completely discredited. Just going to the Jazera work, that's finishing this year, you say. Is CSIRO doing any work on helping to discover or exploit Australia's oil and gas reserves post Jazera concluded?
So we don't do work around exploration. Haven't done for some time. We do work around carbon capture and storage.
Right.
And so we're currently working in the Northern Territory, looking at how you might have common use infrastructure that would allow you to do industry as well as capture carbon.
Did you get that? So I'm listening. I'm just trying to get this. Okay. Yep. Cool. Can we table it? I might just pause, sorry. Okay, Chair's just looking at it. Sorry, so CCS, anything else you're doing to look at in the oil and gas space, apart from obviously Jazera, which is concluded?
So we are working with Santos on some direct air capture technology that they're trialling up in Moomba at the gas plant there.
Is there anything that's not related to carbon, like just producing oil and gas? Anything about that the CSIRO is doing?
So I think, previously Gisera would have been looking at monitoring fugitives.
Great work.
So that work is done. We also still do some work around, not for gas, but we still do some work around fugitive management of underground coal.
Still
but that's
related to
limited.
carbon emissions, though.
Yeah.
I suppose what I'm getting
We're not
at
doing
here,
gas
I'm getting at
exploration
here,
per se.
probably the biggest economic issue in this country right now is the availability of liquid fuels. And I'm just wondering, our premier industrial scientific organisation, what are you doing to support industry to have more reliable supply of liquid fuels in Australia?
So in terms of creating liquid fuels at this point in time, the technology and the resources are what they are at this point in time. We are looking at how you can do low carbon liquid fuels in the future using various starting points. We also have the transit model. That is a logistics model around transport, which is trying to understand how you can optimise fuel efficiency for long haulage and things like that, which helps us minimise fuel consumption in a time when it's scarcer.
This can go to the Minister. I'm gobsmacked here that half of our nation's imports by weight are liquid fuels. Half. It's a massive industrial strategic vulnerability. And once Gisera finishes, our premier industrial advisory body is not looking at increasing the supply of domestic fossil fuel production, or I should say oil production. That's the key here. Is that true? There's just no research being done into that in the future.
So in terms of finding and extracting liquid hydrocarbons or gases, we're not working on that, no.
Unbelievable. Right, we all can see why we're in this absolute mess. Now, has that been tabled? Okay, so that was a just pretty clear question. Maybe we should take responsibility for ourselves for a change. I don't need to blame the US. I think we can solve our problems here in Australia. But moving back to my original question, so this is.
I seem to recall.
This is.
I seem to recall that.
Can this be not out of my 10 minutes? Because I didn't ask a question here. The chairs, the ministers decide to make contributions, which is fine. But if it's not out of my 10 minutes, please.
I seem to recall that you were in government when drilling in the Great Australian Bight was abandoned. And we'll see what comes.
Well, I just don't give up. Just because one thing's failed, I don't give up. Ministers like you guys have done. You've totally given up on liquid fuel security in this country. And the record's clear about that now.
If there's a credible plan to bring something forward, well, come and have a look at it.
I'm happy to talk to you any time, but maybe because I've only got limited time, rather than the Minister seems keen to be on this side of the table and ask me questions, happy for that reversal to occur at the appropriate time. But just returning to my question, page 55 of the draft GenCost report says, and I said earlier, there is a clear trend that decreasing emissions increases 2050 electricity costs. So does that mean going to net zero increases electricity prices? That's what this says.
Not necessarily. I'd like to read the page before it would be useful.
Well, there's a graph there too, Dr. Mayfield, and the graph's pretty clear that no progress to net zero has the cheapest electricity prices. So doesn't that mean doesn't that mean that's what your report says?
I think given your history of cherry picking and sort of going down the rabbit hole, the official's entitled to take that question on.
Well, I'll put it the other way. Does your report, does the GenCost work here done in this draft report conclude that going to net zero will lower electricity prices?
It doesn't as a universal summary. So a lot of the points that come out of it still say that even with taking into account system costs, that PV and wind are lower on an LCOE basis. You need to look at a total systems model to look at it in that broader context.
But that's what this modelling does, doesn't it? It does look at that, I thought, and that modelling, your modelling, shows that not going to net zero would leave lower electricity prices for Australians. That's what the graph says.
If I could read the previous page.
Okay, well, it seems pretty clear to me. It's a bit strange you can't.
It's clear to you, Senator Canavan, obviously evades the whole scientific community and anybody who's got any experience in this.
Well, I'm happy for an explanation to be given rather than assertion.
No. We just say that on the basis of the track record, the official is entitled given your track record of cherry picking and hanging out with the sort of oddballs on these questions. It's good. He's
One
entitled.
person at a time, please.
He's
I'm
entitled
going to intervene.
to take it on notice, and he has.
I'm not
because
disputing that. I don't
Minister?
know why the minister's interrupting me. I've got one more question, if I can, Chair.
Okay.
So, can you just my reading though of these scenarios? So across that chart, you've modelled the costs of 5 scenarios, and the one on the left, no progress to net zero. My reading though of the descriptions of the scenarios, even under no progress to net zero, you're still estimating an 82% renewable energy target by 2030, as all the other scenarios do, with varying progress towards net zero. Have you actually modelled a world where we don't pursue 82% renewable energy by 2030?
I'd have to check with Mr. Graham. Yeah.
Okay. No answers from the government about electricity prices. Thank you, Chair.
Well, actually, Senator, there were some pretty good answers on electricity prices just a few days ago. And I know you don't like it. I know you don't like a modernised electricity system. I know that you want to make the country weaker and poorer. That is the sum total of your efforts and your colleagues' efforts in this. Disinvestment and a weaker economy as a result of a decade of inaction and laziness
Thank you.
and policy
Minister,
failure.
and thank you,
turning up
Senators.
doing a bit of cherry picking and conspiracy theory stuff doesn't obviate any of that.
Okay. Let's move to, I think, Senator Little, you had a couple of questions.
Yes, thank you. I've got some questions about quantum and PSI quantum. In 2022, former Ministry for...
I think that'll be in the next... This is a CSRO.
This is a CSRO.
Yes, that they are the CSRO, yes. But the Psi Quantum is...
This is specific to what they have been
Sure.
Ask the question
and then
first.
I have other questions in the other area, but this is specific. I even checked to make sure that this
Please.
In 2022, former Minister for Industry and Science Ed Husick MP has announced the National Quantum Advisory Committee, and at that time CSIRO's chief scientist was a member of the committee. Is CSIRO still part of the National Quantum Advisory Committee?
So, Senator, I think you're referring to Professor Bronwyn Fox, who was with CSIRO at the time. As I understand it, she took her membership. She remained a member even after she moved to the University of New South Wales.
So the membership, as you understand it, was with the individual, not with the organisation?
As I understand it.
That's as you understand it? Right, okay. Okay. As the acting CEO of CSIRO, have you received a briefing at all about PSI Quantum, that project?
I have not received a briefing on where the investments are at this point, no.
No? Okay. All right. Well, I guess that's it then.
Okay, thank you. Senator Wishworth, you spoke and asking those other two.
Oh,
You're done. All right then. So
I'll put your
notice. Thank you. Appreciate that. So we are now finished with the CSIRO. Thank you very much for joining us today. And we now are moving to the Department of Industry, Science and Resources Outcome 1, Program 1.2, Investing in Science, Technology and Commercialisation, along with the Industry, Innovation and Science Australia and the Office of the Chief Scientist. So I'll just take a minute for those people to make their way to the table.
I can't believe...
We'll suspend in the interim. Again. So welcome to Department of Industry, Science and Resources representatives for Program 1.2, Investing in Science, Technology and Commercialisation, along with the Industry, Innovation and Science Australia and Office of the Chief Scientist. Just noting we have a scheduled break at 9 o'clock, but we will kick off with senators from the Coalition.
Yes.
Senator Little?
Yes, thank you. That would be fine. Thank you.
Can I just ask if tech jobs are going to be here?
Yeah.
So earlier this morning, Ms Pickworth, I started to ask some questions about tech jobs and was directed to come back to you later in the day. Is this now the right section?
Yes, it is, Senator. Yes, it is.
So is the 1.2 million tech jobs target adopted by the government in 2022 and made a formal DISA performance measure, is that still government policy?
Senator Simon Reiter, Acting Deputy Secretary for Science and Technology Group. Presently, the 1.2 million tech jobs is a performance measure that the department uses as part of its overall governance framework to assess the department's performance.
DISA's own 2024-25 annual report confirmed approximately 31,000 tech jobs were lost in the year to May 2025, a 3.7% decline, while the broader labour market grew by 2%. How would you answer that?
Well, Senator, I think the range of factors that can influence the number of jobs in a particular sector are many and various, and we observed that change. We have over the last couple of years seen an increase in tech jobs, a decline and an increase again. That's attributable to a broad range of factors concerning that industry, which is, as we're all observing at present, is undergoing significant disruption and change.
Australia had approximately 949,000 tech workers as of May 2025. To reach 1.2 million by 2030, approximately 251 jobs need to be added in 5 years. In the most recent year, the sector lost 31,000 jobs. What is the government's plan to add 282,000 net tech jobs in 5 years when the most recent trajectory is negative?
I'll give you the figures that I have, Senator, and then we can come back to your notice. But in February of 2026, which is the latest figures that we have, Australia had reached 999,053 technology-related jobs. The 53 bit, I'm sure it's a high-tech approach to, really nailing down that precise. But that's an increase of around 2.2% in the order of 21,450 jobs since December 2025, and that is the third consecutive quarterly increase. Now, when we came to government and that target was set, I think the number of technology-related jobs was in the order of 903,986. Now, technology-related jobs were 4.4% higher than the February quarter 2025. Now, as Mr. Ryder has said, that outperforms the national employment growth over the same period, but they will ebb and flow over time. We think that technology-related jobs now account for about 6.8% of total employment nationally. So there is some growth there. We're watching it carefully, and there's a range of reasons that drive that work. Data from the most recent quarter shows some growth. We're attending to that carefully.
Terrific. What had the government done to see that increase in jobs?
Well, I'll give you one example. I mean, a lot of these jobs are private sector jobs, and so there are individual firm decisions here, but since our free TAFE program began in January 2023, there have been more than 65,000 enrolments in technology and digital sector courses.
Is that completions, Minister, or enrolments?
Well, I know I've watched that short-lived campaign amongst coalition MPs to pour scorn on kids who've started
just trying to find out
TAFE programs and haven't quite finished them yet.
Completions.
If we can assist you with any information about completions, we will. Some of these courses is January 2023, so we'll see how many people have commenced a course and had that, the amount of time that you spend in that course elapsed to now, and then we can have a look at the completion figures for you.
I'm not entirely sure what you said then, but I'm sure it was not just another word salad. It was actually
if you start
something
a 3-year
useful.
degree at the beginning of this year, or a 3-year course
Of 2023.
of 2026, you haven't completed it.
2023, I think you said they started. 23, 24, 25. Oh, they should have completed by now.
Well,
so let's match that
maybe,
enrolment.
But the point I make
on
is
notice. Could we match those?
Since January
to
2023,
completions?
there have been 65,000 commencements.
Yes.
Not all of them were commenced in January 2023.
Let's try and match the commencements from
and so
2023.
we'll see what we can do to help you with that. Just make the point that those enrolments have started, and that's a good thing. I know that there's a kind of snobbery.
Of course, it's a good thing, but
there's a kind of snobbery about these issues that really came through.
Chair, this is
really
outrageous. I don't cast aspersions on you. I do not cast aspersions on you. Stop doing it to me. It's rude, if nothing else.
The coalition campaign on this question, which was almost exclusively, I say, in the House of Representatives.
Let's have one person at a time, and I will remind everyone, about the standard of behaviour, courtesy and respect to everyone, please.
I didn't mean to reflect on you, Senator McDonald. I watched the campaign, the series of questions that were asked to the relevant minister at the time in the House of Representatives, and they were snobby questions.
It is lazy politics to go to personal slides.
They were snobby questions over there.
It's lazy politics, Minister. I expect more of you.
Pouring scorn on kids who have a go at TAFE.
And I expect more of this committee.
Pouring scorn on kids who have a go at TAFE.
This might be a good time to
have a break.
And we will resume at 9:15. Thank you, everyone. We will go back now to program 1.2, Office of Industry and Innovation and Science Australia and Australia's Chief Scientist. Over to Senator McDonald or Little. Senator Little. Senator Little.
So this is these are some of the questions about PSI Quantum, and therefore initially the department. In your own brief from 24-25 budget estimates, it was stated that PSI Quantum is on, and I quote, an aggressive plan to have the site operational by the end of 2027. Is that still the government's position in terms of that timeline?
Thanks, Senator. Mr McGregor will take the questions concerning PSI-Quantum.
Thank you, Senator Anthony McGregor, Head of Science Division. So I think was it the 2027 timeline that you referred to, Senator?
That's right. That's the reference in the 24-25 budget estimates.
Yeah, so the timeline that you're referring there to is one that the company has mentioned previously publicly, that they were working to have their site operational by 2027. It's not a position the government has taken, but it is something that the company has referred to publicly before, Your Honour.
So what do you understand to be their position now, or are you just getting the same information that the general public is getting?
You'd be aware, Senator, I think, or you may be aware that in recent weeks the company has announced that it is relocating or is moving its site from Brisbane Airport to a site at Moreton Bay. The timelines for the company in terms of what the plan is on that site and the timelines that they're working to are ones for the company. We're focused in terms of the management of the agreement with the government, between the government and the company and the Queensland government, on the milestones that are set out in that contract, which aren't public.
So at this point, your understanding is it's 2027 still, because you haven't got new information?
Well, the timeline you're referring there to, I think, is from some time ago, Senator. I haven't received any updates to that in terms of the company's public position. As I mentioned, we're focused on the company meeting the timelines that are in the contract or in the agreement with the government.
Right. So construction of PSI Quantum's Chicago facility commenced in October 2025. Is that correct? No?
I think that's correct, Senator. I'd have to check the detail, but it sounds about right.
Senator, it broke ground on that site on the 30th of September 2025.
30th of September 2025. That is the site in Chicago?
Yes.
Right. Can you confirm that no Australian taxpayer funds have been or will be used in any way that benefits the United States facility?
Well, the funds that are available to PSI-Quantum as it meets the commitments that it's made to Australia are released on the achievement of milestones in the contract and in the funding agreement with the government. So they're attached to deliverables in Australia, Senator.
Right, okay. So at the time of that construction that you say started in September 2025, PSI Quantum had not lodged any site plans for the Brisbane Airport site. Was the department aware of this at the time?
Yes, Senator.
You were aware that hadn't even started when they started their
We were broadly aware of that the company was in discussions with the Department of Infrastructure, which manages the Major Development Plan approval process under the Airports Act. And so we had an awareness of the status of the conversations the company was having with the Department of Infrastructure at that time. Right.
So just to be clear, you're aware that they had abandoned plans, or you're aware that they were continuing their plans?
This is just to be clear, Senator, 2025 is the timeline that you're referring to?
Yes, there? That's right.
I'd have to check this, Senator, but at the time I'm pretty sure that the company was still in conversations with, was at that time in conversations with Brisbane Airport and with the Department of Infrastructure around the planned site at the Brisbane Airport.
Right. So if you can please check that timeline, because the timeline is what I'm trying to understand here. So based on the construction, the first groundbreaking in September 2025, Australian taxpayers were funding that US-based company even though they had not lodged a single planning document in Brisbane. Is that correct or not?
Well, again, Senator, there are payments. The company is able to access the funds that are available to it under the agreement with the Commonwealth and with the Queensland governments on the completion of various milestones. Some of those are project or site related, some of them are technology related, some of them are more commercial in nature, and so to be able to access those funds, and I should mention at this point that Export Finance Australia is responsible for managing the financing agreement with PsiQuantum, and upon satisfaction of those milestones, EFA will seek approval to release additional funds.
Okay. Are you aware of, or did you have any planning documentation that related to that Brisbane airport site to give you confidence that they were actually going to operate in Brisbane from that Brisbane base?
Well, the planning process as it relates to the Brisbane airport site, Senator, was one that is a process that is managed by the Department of Infrastructure, and so the conversations by the company were being held with the Department of Infrastructure as the regulator.
So you never got any plans, you didn't have any reason to get any of that material, so it was not your part, that was not your role at all?
That's right.
And Senator, obviously, Department of Infrastructure, given they have the regulatory authority under the Airports Act for Brisbane Airport, it's appropriate that they had the lead on the planning and the sort of the plans for Brisbane Airport. And so I know in previous estimates we've been careful to kind of acknowledge their role compared to our role in terms of engaging with the company. And as Mr McGregor's noted, EFA manages the Commonwealth investment in terms of them meeting conditions and milestones and those sorts of things.
So when was the department and the minister first notified that PSI Quantum intended to abandon the Brisbane airport location? When did you become aware of that?
I'd have to check the exact detail to answer that in terms of specific dates, Senator, but we were consulted on the company's plans to relocate the site.
Okay, if you can please get me that date, and how that was communicated to you, whether it was at a meeting with someone or whether it was a written communications.
I can take that on notice.
Can you confirm that?
Yeah.
Minister, when did you become aware? Was it the department's responsibility to notify you, or whose responsibility was it to notify you? How did you become aware?
I mean, certainly there was over time an evolution of the company's view about progress at the Brisbane airport site. As to when they reached a conclusion about that and communicated that to the department and or to me, Mr McGregor will provide that to you.
Right. So the department, you were saying in the early evidence, doesn't have regular meetings with PSI Quantum. That's not your role?
No, I don't think I said that, Senator.
Yep.
We do have regular meetings with PsiQuantum, but I think I was responding in the context of the question you had around the airport development approval process.
Okay. So how often are those meetings?
There are different types of meetings, Senator. Some of them are held, for example, jointly with the Queensland Government as a way of providing governments with a regular update on progress, and if there is a particular reason for the company to provide an update on a specific issue, we may have a meeting around that as well. So there are a number of types of meetings that are held with the company.
I'm just trying to understand how it is the federal government is giving over $450 million of taxpayers' money, and we don't take an interest, or you don't take an interest in elements of it, like it makes what seems to be a unilateral decision from the evidence you've given to move its facility somewhere else?
Sorry.
I think it's fair to say that we do take an interest in the activities of PsiQuantum. However, different aspects of the investment are managed by different entities. So as Mr McGregor has said, EFA manages the financial aspects of this investment, and in relation to the previous intent to develop at Brisbane Airport, that was overseen from the Commonwealth's perspective by the Department of Infrastructure. There are obligations to keep us informed about what's going on in relation to this investment. So we do take an interest in what's occurring, and we're, PsiQuantum is obliged to keep the Commonwealth informed of these sorts of developments. But there are a range of responsibilities across agencies to manage this investment.
Okay. So in those meetings with PSI Quantum, who actually attends those meetings? Is it department and ministerial staff? The minister? Who attends those meetings?
Not ministerial staff, Senator. The meetings that I was referring to, they're typically representatives from the department and from Export Finance Australia from the Commonwealth's side, and equivalents from the Queensland Government.
Minister, have you attended those meetings at all, and have you raised any issues about the changes in location of this facility?
The meetings that you're referring to, no, they are meetings that the department and EFA, as is described, like there's a regular drumbeat of engagements. The department keeps me advised appropriately. I have, I think, met with Mr O'Brien and Mr Pung when they've travelled to Australia on one of them twice and one of them once. Obviously, this is a decision by the Australian government and the Queensland government to invest in the world's first fault-tolerant computer here in Australia. Our quantum capacity is a critical technology for Australia in not just economic terms, but in resilience and security terms more broadly. This is an important investment, as Mr McGregor has outlined and will no doubt outline further. There are important milestones that the company must meet, and they are deeply engaged with the bits of government that are dealing with the different aspects of the of this arrangement. But it's an important arrangement for Australia.
Okay, thank you, Minister. So your evidence is that the department doesn't get engaged in the actual site location for this organisation, but Export Finance Australia is. What I'm trying to understand, Minister, regardless of which department it is, it's still Commonwealth money. How much money went into not actually having a location based at the airport in Brisbane?
I think it's immaterial in terms of the amount of, but I'll let Mr McGregor describe what commitments have been made thus far.
So am I clear? How much money was built to not build a facility at Brisbane Airport?
Sorry,
not necessarily
Senator,
your money.
No, but I don't think so. The question, as you've phrased it, is difficult to respond to because the company has not received money to not build a quantum computer. They've received funds to deliver a range of milestones on the way to delivering a fault-tolerant quantum computer. And as I mentioned, there are a range of milestones: technical, project, commercial, etc. And access to the funds is contingent on satisfying those conditions.
So what I'm trying to understand is site testing, planning approvals, all of those things. How much Commonwealth money went towards that at the Brisbane Airport before they decided to go and build somewhere else?
So, Senator,
is there any Commonwealth money that went into that part of
the Commonwealth
plan?
Is an investor in the company. The decision to change the location was a commercial decision made by PsiQuantum, not by the Commonwealth. And it was aimed at rapidly moving to build on a site that best supports the technical and timeline requirements. It's worth noting that the arrangements between the Commonwealth and the company are not solely about the development of a particular site, but around a range of things, including the development of a quantum computer and a lot of sort of other activities associated with that. And so this is one aspect of a very large set of things that the company is doing with that goal in mind, which is to build a fault-tolerant quantum computer in Australia, in Brisbane.
So I'm trying to understand what the cost of the commercial decision that company made was to the Australian taxpayer when it decided, on the basis of commercial decision, to go somewhere else. Can you give me a figure, or is there no figure?
Well,
It's
not really possible to calculate a figure, Senator, because the Commonwealth's invested in this company. It does release funds to it. Mr McGregor can correct me if I'm wrong, but the company's value during the time in which the Commonwealth has been an investor in that company has increased substantially.
Mr Winter, I find it extraordinary that you can't tell me the proportion of the money that's come from the Commonwealth to this company for that purpose.
There's a number of streams here. One is an investment that the Commonwealth's undertaken here, circa $125 million. That's now market value. The last time anybody on my team looked, worth about $190 million. So the market value of the company has increased. I think their initial capital raise was $1.5 billion. They're now worth circa $10 billion. Now, it's important, and the company itself has pointed this out, to approach these issues with caution. The deliverable that Australia is interested in here, and the Queensland government is interested in here, is then meeting their milestones along the way to the world's first fault-tolerant quantum computer here in Australia. Now, in terms of other payments and the milestones and all that sort of stuff, Mr McGregor can give you some advice. But it's the decision to relocate is a decision for the company, and you know they have made that decision. I want to see progress here. It is progress. Mr McGregor, in terms of the milestones, might be able to give you some more information.
So, you're at 15. Yes, I know. I'm still trying to understand.
Senator,
based on the decision of the company, what has been the cost?
If I might, Chair, Senator, I think part of the reason it's difficult to give a specific answer to that question is that, as the Minister and Mr Ryder have said, the government has taken a decision to make an investment in the company. Those funds are... Pardon me?
How much investment of that investment has gone to a facility that has never been built?
So the second part of what I was about to say, Senator, is that those funds aren't directly attached to specific activity on the ground at Brisbane Airport, which I think is what's behind your question. They're aimed at achieving certain outcomes, and the company, as Mr Ryder has said, has taken a decision that those outcomes are best achieved on a different site, and that's the decision that it's announced in recent weeks. They've announced that they'll be breaking ground on that site later this month, and as the Minister said, we're certainly keen to see progress there as quickly as possible.
Okay, so you can't give me a dollar figure. That's what I've deduced from what you've told me here.
Well, the Minister mentioned the $125 million in investment as the first stage, which is increased in value, as the Minister said. And further questions on subsequent tranches, I think Export Finance Australia will be able to assist with.
So you think we could get the answer from Finance Australia? Perhaps Export Finance Australia will try there. Is that what you're saying?
Well, Senator, they manage the investment on the government's behalf, and
right,
so they'll be...
Okay, we'll try there. So does the... Sorry,
can I rotate the floor?
Yes,
Very
you can.
happy to come back.
That's fine, thank you.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Senator. Senator Peter Wishwilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just got a couple of questions for the Chief Scientist, the Office of the Chief Scientist. I have some questions for you, but I was actually reading your speech that you delivered the keynote address at the Oceans of Data conference only a few days ago. And while I was doing that, I read on social media tonight that Donald Trump's removed the $368 million infrastructure for the ocean monitoring system. Are you aware of that?
I knew it was a possibility, Senator.
Yeah, they're saying it would all be dismantled within the next 3 days. Have you have any comments on that? Is that important for are we collaborative with the US on that system, or is that different to our kind of AMOS?
Well, the US up until now has been the major funder of that global ocean observing system.
Yeah.
But the US system is a little different than ours. So the President proposes a budget, but Congress has to pass the budget.
Yeah.
And so far in the Trump administration, Congress has not passed those gigantic cuts. And the information my colleagues tell me is that probably Congress won't pass the gigantic cuts that to NOAA and NASA Earth observations. So it's a difficult situation in the US, very different than previous administrations, and so I think we just stay calm and wait for the actual outcome.
Okay. You know, like I said, it was just something I picked up today, but I was interested in your the series of reports. I think they were released on Thursday, the 2nd of April 2026. National Science and Technology Council released a series of reports examining how resilience to misinformation can be strengthened in Australia. I just want to congratulate you on those reports. I was actually at the Science Meets Parliament event when you mentioned them, and of course it got my attention. And also, I think the Governor General spoke that night on video conference from Sydney because she couldn't be there in person, and mentioned she was doing some seminars on misinformation, especially climate misinformation, while she was there. Could you tell us what motivated those reports, Professor?
Those reports were initiated by the previous Minister for Science, Ed Husic.
Yep.
I was delighted to continue and complete that work with my colleagues in the National Science and Technology Council. I think all over the world people are very challenged by the idea of misinformation and disinformation. And it covers a lot of fields. You mentioned climate change, but vaccines are a huge issue around the world, and to our great surprise in Australia, vaccines have become an issue in Australia. We have, for the first time in years, measles outbreaks and so on. And probably it's in the medical area that people are most concerned about mis and disinformation. But they pop up in all kinds of life. I mean, financial scams on various social media that have affected Australia's billionaires, all kinds of interventions in politics, local and state and federal. So it's a huge issue, and National Science and Technology Council commissioned reports from all kinds of people, including our Academy of Social Science. It's really as much a people issue as a kind of technical and social media issue.
So just as a matter of interest, you said the Minister Husic initiated it, but as chair of the National Science Technology Council, do you know if the Prime Minister played a role in approving and guiding the report, and why it was needed at this time, or would it have been the Minister who?
Well, the Prime Minister certainly attended the meeting of the National Science and Technology Council where this report was accepted. The Minister stayed that whole meeting. I think he had to call in a favour to get a pair at some point when he was supposed to be in the Senate. I think the Prime Minister was very interested in that report, and after due consideration, as you said, that report was published by the government on the NSTC website, which is in my webpage. So I think there's a lot of interest in, and I don't think there's a magic bullet. I think we're all deeply challenged by the issue of mis and disinformation.
Indeed, I think it's one of the biggest, if not the biggest challenge we face. You specifically made a finding which demonstrates strengthening information resilience is vital for safeguarding our democracy and maintaining and building social cohesion. What happens to the reports now, Professor? Is the government going to kind of respond with a holistic plan to? Are they meant to guide or provide guidance or advice on what to do from here, and simple things like investing in independent journalism and a whole range of school education at school, critical thinking? Where do you see this going now that those reports have been released?
Well, the National Science and Technology Council has a follow-up idea of what we might do.
Yep.
I send advice to the government. I don't make policy and I don't presume to. So the Minister may want to comment. I mean, we're considering a lot of issues around this. It's about building trust with the community. In a way, it gets outside the sort of normal physical science that we deal with, or I deal with in terms of science and technology. That's why we consulted our colleagues in the learned academies in social science and humanities. It's why I spent last month 2 days at a workshop in Melbourne run by the Academy of Social Science. I mean, what we learnt in that report is why people are susceptible to mis and disinformation, how repetition plays a role. We all worry about mis and disinformation for our kids, but it turns out one of the most susceptible segments in society is people my age and older. And so we learnt a lot from our social science colleagues. I think it's fair to say we're digesting the learnings from that report.
Are you able to provide any illumination on your suggested next move, or is the Minister able to give us...
Senator Wish-Wilson.
Come on.
You can't make
this is
the Chief Scientist do that.
This is a very constructive conversation.
It's a really good report. We released the report. There's a good discussion at the NSTC about it, but a lot of work went into it. And as Professor Haymett's indicated, one of the good things about this report is yes, it engaged with the science community, but it broadened out to the other academies to make sure that there are obviously some social science aspects of this work. The point of these kind of reports is, yes, they are there for government, but they're also designed to elevate some of these issues in the community and to elevate the work in particular of Australian scientists around this. So it's not a government policy document. We don't go through we're not, we want this kind of material to be before us and be part of the debate. It is, of course, there are a range of parts of government that engage these kind of issues. But I just make the general point that it's not just about government.
Yes, no, I understand.
Some of these questions, all of us have a responsibility.
But government has obviously can play a key role in.
Yeah. No, I don't seek to step away from that.
Addressing some of these issues.
But we all have a responsibility.
Indeed, but I can see why it would be an area of focus for you, though, Professor, given science is under siege in so many places around the world from disinformation and misinformation and invested interests around that. But I was also interested, I don't know if you clocked it that week, but I think it was only a couple of days prior to Science Meets Parliament, the Australian Security Leaders Climate Group released their report, The Climate Disinformation War, How to Fight Back for Australia's Democracy and Security, including the ex-Chief of Defence Force Admiral Chris Barry is one of the members, plus retired senior ADF and security services personnel, came to Parliament with a delegation and said this is information warfare and you need to treat it that way. And you need to have strategies on how to increase information integrity. So, yeah, were you aware of that report
Yes,
being released?
Very much so.
Did you have any comments on that report?
Well,
do you see it as a threat to national security?
I do. I think it's a long-term threat to Australia, because to rural and regional Australia, where I live, the climate's getting hotter. Australia is surrounded by hot water, which causes coral bleaching, affecting our tourism industry. We've got these horrible algal blooms off Adelaide, which I'm sorry to report are likely to come back. We have other algal blooms off the east coast of Tasmania that currently only affect the recreational fishing industry. But when I say only, it's a lot of Australians who love their recreational fishing, and it's been taken away from them. I think we'll start to see more impact on the ability of people to insure their homes. We've already seen from some of the extreme weather that's now increasing that it's very difficult and in some cases impossible to get your home insured in Lismore and Shepparton. That is very widespread in other countries, and sadly looks like it's going to grow to Australia. So we have to be completely honest with the Australian public about the medium and long-term effects of climate change. That's why I sit on the Climate Change Authority, why we make recommendations to the government about 2035 targets, and think of all of the technological and scientific solutions we can to reaching net zero by 2050. It'd be much better for Australia if we were able to do that sooner.
Indeed. Thank you. Yeah, well, if you could come back to me, Chair. And obviously, politically speaking, and I know you're not going to comment on this, but when the polls are showing that nearly one-third of Australians are saying they're going to vote for a political party that are complete flat earthers and climate deniers, it is a big, significant source of concern that there's so many Australians and people around the world we're not getting the right information to them. And that it's actually boggles my mind, quite frankly. But thank you for the report, and it's something of significant personal interest to myself, so I'll follow it closely. Good work.
Okay, thank you. In my haste to get going on the next set of witnesses, I forgot to ask the Chief Scientist, Professor Heyman, if you had an opening statement that you wish to deliver.
Thank you. No, I don't have an opening statement.
Okay, thank you.
To answer questions.
All right. Senator McDonald? Or?
Thank you very much, Chair.
No, I think it's me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Apologies, Senator Little.
Sorry.
Thank you.
So excited.
I'm losing
just back on the PSI Quantum. Are you aware, given the new Moreton Bay facility, if there's a revised completion time frame?
Senator, there are still timeframes that the company is obliged to meet under the overarching contract with the government and with the Queensland government, which, as we've discussed in previous estimates, are commercially sensitive. But they haven't, as far as I'm aware, they have not made a public statement around any updated timeframes.
Right. So at 20th of June 2026, 183 million in loans had been drawn down. 275 million is remaining. Are you aware if PSI Quantum has met all agreed milestones to date?
They will have met all agreed milestones attached to the payments to date, Senator.
Okay. And are there conditions that if any of those milestones are not met, that the Commonwealth can halt further drawdowns or recover any funds?
Yes, I think I said before, Senator, that access to the other components of the funding agreement are subject to satisfying conditions and milestones.
Are you able to at all table the milestone schedule and confirmation of completions for that?
that would really be a question for Export Finance Australia, Senator, but I think their answer will be that that's commercially sensitive, but I'll leave that to them.
That's fine. And, Minister, can you guarantee today on the record that Australian taxpayers will not be left carrying the cost of this project if PSI Quantum fails to deliver on this project?
Well, as Mr McGregor's outlined, there are milestones. Payments, investments are contingent on meeting the milestones. This is a really important national endeavour. Certainly, I mean, these are all important questions. In previous estimates, though, I have to tell you, sadly, that despite the importance of this kind of capability and the rest of Australia's remarkable quantum capability, a critical technology that we have a leading edge in, coalition senators have turned up here opposing this important investment. The questions that you've asked have all been important questions. There are some of it that we've taken on notice. We will come back to you if we can, and I'm sure I've got a feeling it's me again in Export Finance Australia, so I look forward to your questions there if you're hanging around at 11 o'clock on Friday night. I urge you not to, but we'll see if we can knock it over earlier than that. But these are this is an important piece of work in a critical technology that matters for our economic resilience.
I note that, but of course we will be asking Export Finance Australia because no one wants to be left carrying the cost of a project that's been abandoned, and we've just been talking about.
Well, it certainly hasn't been abandoned.
Site location.
There's a decision that the company's made to deliver this project in a different site. That is a matter for them. It hasn't diminished our approach to this one iota. I have to say, pleased that they've moved quickly to change tack when it's become clear that to them that it can be delivered in a better way at another facility. It's still in Queensland, still in Brisbane. It's an important project for Australia.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. I've got some questions around the Australia's Economic Accelerator program.
Sadly, Senator, those are questions that I think should be directed to our colleagues in the Department of Education. It's Minister Clare's, and it's a Department of Education program.
Commercialisation of university research through competitive grants.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Then can I turn to go over duplication there. Please hold. Okay, can I turn to stay with the department? The department is the Commonwealth's lead for science, research and innovation policy, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Doubly affirmative.
I'm sorry?
Doubly affirmative.
Doubly, excellent. And one of your department's core responsibilities is supporting and growing Australia's R&D investment, correct?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The DISA PBS states that DISA and Treasury share joint policy responsibility for the research and development tax incentive and venture capital tax concessions. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Venture capital, the VC sector, is a primary funding mechanism for Australian startups and scale-ups. Correct?
Yes, Senator, and we're just bringing relevant officials to the table.
Thank you. venture capital investors realise returns primarily through the sale of equity. Is that correct? Is that a reasonable statement?
We're just getting our officials to the table.
Okay.
Noting that we have particular responsibility for the R&D tax incentive and those venture capital measures that we talked through earlier. I might get you to repeat your question, Senator.
Thank you very much. My question is that do venture capital investors realise returns primarily through the sale of equity?
Hi, Senator. It's Matthew Crawshaw here. I'm Acting Head of Division, Commercialisation Division. Yeah, that is one of the ways. Yeah, I'm not sure about the primary, but it's certainly a significant way that venture capital firms raise revenues, yes.
Thank you. The budget announced that the 50% capital gains tax discount will be replaced by cost-based indexation and a 30% minimum tax on capital gains from the 1st of July 2027. Those changes apply to capital gains on all assets held by individuals, trusts and partnerships, including shares in start-up companies. That means the proceeds a founder or angel investor in VC receives when they exit a successful startup would be a capital gain covered by these new arrangements. Is that correct?
Well, Senator, as you know, as we've traversed a couple of times over the course of today, there are expanded tax incentives for venture capital in the budget that will support additional investment in new and young and expanding businesses. The Treasurer is leading consultation on a narrow set of questions that include what's the application of the rebalanced capital gains tax discount to start-up firms in particular, and the kind of characteristics that you've outlined. When that's reached its conclusion, we'll be delighted to tell you all about it.
So does that mean that it will be resolved to the satisfaction of the start-up and tech sector?
Well, they're important improvements in the budget for the small business sector, for the tech sector, for the start-up sector, and there'll be an opportunity for the Parliament to vote on those propositions more broadly at a headline level, and to vote for tax cuts for Australian workers at the same time. This is an important action-oriented budget, and one of the important outcomes will be the changes that will no doubt traverse in Treasury estimates around making sure young people get a fair crack at the housing market. We'll conclude following those headline questions being determined by the Parliament. The Treasurer will lead those consultations and deliver an outcome at the appropriate time, and that'll be subject to the normal deliberations of the Cabinet.
So, Minister... Oh, sorry, you finished?
No, I'm good, thank you.
So, Minister, from that fairly wide-ranging reply that you just gave, could I read into it that you anticipate a successful or a satisfactory outcome of the Treasurer's consultation for capital gains arrangements for venture capitalists and angel investors?
Well, this is a budget that we're very proud of. As you say, it is a wide-ranging budget. The Treasurer will lead those discussions. There are many advantages for small business and venture capital and the research and development community, in particular research activity in the firms that you're talking about, already contained in the budget, and I look forward to working through the questions about the implementation of the rebalanced capital gains tax discount.
The portfolio budget statements say your department and Treasury share joint policy responsibility for the R&D, TI and venture capital concessions. If capital gains tax changes affect the venture capital sector that is directly in your domain, can I ask, did Treasury consult your department before announcing changes to the CGT?
Well, these are decisions made in the budget in the normal way.
Come on, we've been here all day.
I know.
Did they ask you?
I know.
Did the Treasurer sidle up to you and say, mate, I'm going to run this through? How do you reckon the VC guys will go?
I don't know about sidling, but, you know, we are a government that operates in a proper cabinet way. The Treasurer has led this budget process. We are very proud of the budget that the government delivered a few Tuesdays ago. The RDTI changes, of course, were the subject of the Ambitious Australia report, which was delivered to me just before Christmas last year and that we released publicly. This, of course, the budget is in part a response to that important work that was led by Robin Denham with that panel. You know, it is an important retargeting of the research and development tax incentive that will mean that we do more high impact core research and development, particularly in fast growing firms.
Ms Pickworth, did the Treasury Department consult with your department at a departmental level on the announcements that they proposed to make in the budget?
Senator, as I answered earlier today, it is, as the Minister said, part of a budget process, and therefore I wouldn't be able to go into detail of what was and wasn't discussed as part of that. It goes into a budget process.
It's a handy response if they didn't consult you, isn't it? Far better to say that than actually, first I knew about it was when I read about it on budget night, and now I have all these, the Tech Council of Australia, VC guys that I deal with, angel investors that I deal with, all sending me texts and emails, LinkedIn messages saying...
Senator, that is a valiant attempt to try and provoke the Acting Secretary into offering you a response that she knows that she can't do, but it's just because it's late doesn't mean that it'll change people's response.
It's a fun approach. So, the Tech Council of Australia, the peak body for the tech sector, has raised concerns that Australia's startup community may become collateral damage as a result of proposed changes to CGT. The Australian Investment Council also said that they are acutely aware of the impacts the CGT discount changes could have on founders, startup employees, investors and fund managers. And in an interview with The Australian, the Productivity Commissioner, Danielle Wood, said that startups have valid concerns about the Albanese government's proposed overhaul of capital gains tax. I too have been flooded with podcasts and various investors saying that their advice to startups is to leave Australia, to go to New Zealand,
Senator, my advice,
places that have no CGT.
My advice.
Share these views, Minister?
No, well, no, I don't. My advice to the technology sector and startups and to firms is Australia is a fantastic place to invest. The important changes that were made in the budget, new loss refundability to help startups grow in their first 2 years. That'll support cash flow for 25,000 startups every year. Changes to the RDTI that will, amongst other things, incentivise an additional $400 million in private investment in research and development by young firms. You know, we are not out there talking Australia down or trying to freak people out. We are delivering a budget that delivers real reform that is in the interests of these firms. We indicated on the night that it was delivered, the Treasurer, in his speech, not as an afterthought, but as a core part of that speech, indicated that we will be, in a process led by the Treasurer, consulting with that small but important part of the Australian economy. All of the peak bodies that you outlined are deeply engaged in that process. We value their work. The Treasurer will bring that work to a conclusion at the right time. Right now, in front of the Parliament, members of Parliament and senators have a choice. Vote for these important reforms, give young Australians a chance in the property sector, vote for tax cuts, or do what the Liberal Party's done every other time and vote for tax rises.
So the budget paper says will consult, not has consulted. You've just talked about the consultation that's underway now. Can you confirm that consultation had not been completed before the budget was handed down? Well,
that's a matter for the Treasurer, of course, and you should engage in Treasury estimates on that question. I would say it's not the way that these kind of announcements are made in the proper way is for decisions in the budget to be announced and then for consultation to occur. You see, if you go telling people that you're going to make a sort of market-sensitive change before you announce it, then that's not a very proper way to do things. I'm sure there has been some engagement on the broad questions. The changes on research and development tax incentive were canvassed in a very public way, including by the report, the Ambitious Australia report that was commissioned by Minister Husick and launched by me earlier this year. It's a very public process.
But don't you think it's a bit...
Almost at 15 minutes.
Thank you.
After you've
Thank you.
question.
But don't you think, can you not see the inequity in what you're saying, that you can't possibly consult on CGT changes, but you proudly consulted on these other changes?
Well, the Treasurer is leading...
Do you not see why the tech sector is confused? Because they're saying, well, we got lots of consultation here. We were able to, provide input, but then on this other one, which actually turns out to be the biggest decision maker for whether or not you'll invest in a tech startup in Australia or elsewhere, there was no consultation at all. Do you see why the industry feels that that's not a fair comparison?
I don't, Senator, and as I indicated, the Treasurer is leading that consultation process, deeply engaged with all of the organisations that you've outlined, and we look forward to the results of that important work.
Okay. If the capital gains tax treatment of startup equity is made less attractive, are you concerned that this reduces the incentive for founders to start a business or investors and VCs to invest in Australian startups, as they are saying all over the place?
Well, as I indicated, the budget provides for a series of support measures for those kinds of businesses. They are important for Australia. The capital gains tax discount has been reformed to a more rational measure that is consistent with the approach that was taken before the Howard and Costello governments changed the discounting arrangements. The Treasurer has advanced the reasons for that approach. We, in a process that the Treasurer is leading, consulting carefully with that sector about the implementation of that work, I'm very confident that what we have is a very supportive set of arrangements for research and development, commercialisation and new businesses in Australia. That's why, there's 7,500 more manufacturing businesses, manufacturing exports growing by 43%. real growth in industry in Australia since this government was elected.
Okay, I'm going to go to Senator Whish-Wilson, and I'll just note that we're scheduled to finish in 50 minutes and we still have the net zero authority. So if I could ask all senators to try and keep their questions concise, anything you can put on notice would be helpful, and for answers to be concise as well, so that everyone can get the answers they need. Thank you. Okay,
I'll be quick. Chair, thank you. I want to ask some questions around gas companies accessing the R&D tax incentive. So I'm not sure if we've got the right.
Yes, we do.
The right people. Yep. So Section 355.25 of the Income Tax Assessment Act stipulates that you can't get R&D tax credits for gas exploration activities. Can I just check? Is that correct?
I'll pass to my colleague.
Yep.
Matt Crawshaw, Head of Commercialisation Division. Senator, if it's helpful, I'll just describe. I don't have the Act right in front of me here. There is a bit more what I described as a purposive test. So the Income Tax Assessment Act makes clear that exploration, prospecting or drilling for minerals or petroleum for the purposes of finding deposits or establishing the prospective character of deposits is not core R&D.
Yep.
This does allow for the inclusion of R&D activities where exploration, prospecting and drilling might be required for purposes other than finding deposits and establishing other prospective character. So under that interpretation, as we administer the program, other purposes that could be, for which drilling could be done for purposes might be testing novel extraction technologies and techniques.
Interesting. Okay, thank you. I'm just interested, have you, has the department taken steps to assure itself that no gas companies are claiming against the R&D tax incentive when they are, legally prohibited from doing that? Do you audit this regularly?
So the R&D tax incentive is a self-assessment tax measure, like much of the tax system. So we do risk-based administration. So every registration is subject to a risk-based assessment, and I can assure you that exploration exclusion is something that's factored into that risk assessment. And we do examinations where we think there's a risk of an activity not meeting the legislation.
Okay. So can you tell us how you assess R&D tax incentive registration applications made by companies whose, I suppose, whole business is exclusively gas exploration?
So an examination, irrespective of the gas company, involves a very thorough examination of evidentiary documents and contemporaneous evidence, and the company is required through that to demonstrate that they have self-assessed and accurate compliance with it. So for something to be considered core R&D activity, they have to demonstrate that the activity that they're doing an activity for which the outcome cannot be determined in advance, and they have to show that there is a systematic progression of work, and they have to show that there's a new knowledge creation.
New knowledge creation, but that wouldn't involve, for example, infill drilling to test the size of a resource.
Well, what you've described there, Senator, sounds a bit more like exploration.
Yeah, that's my understanding. Okay.
Yeah, that's right. And I guess in the context of the issue that we're talking about here, companies claim the offset in respect of very defined, discrete activities which are experimental in nature, but they might actually only be a component part of a broader project. So it's very careful, just important to say eligibility is very much focused around those discrete activities, not necessarily a broader project.
Okay. So are you, if I give you some questions on notice with a couple of companies that had made claims in their, their annual reports, these kind of things, would you be able to tell me whether those activities were legal under the scope?
We can't, due to tax secrecy, and the IR&D Act does provide confidentiality provisions around the disclosing discrete company claim and information and the nature of R&D activities and individual compliance measures. The former secretary did make an offer at a recent estimate, so that we were happy to take names and factor them into our risk-based administration. It was just a limitation that we wouldn't be able to disclose the outcome.
Did anyone follow through with that as a matter of interest?
Well, I can't comment on individual cases.
No, sorry. Did anyone? Did any
previous
senators give you?
They did. Yes.
They did. Okay. No worries. Thank you. Just three broader questions. Has the department assessed what impact the R&D tax incentive changes in the budget will have on coal and gas industry uptake, as a broader kind of whether they're likely to increase or decrease?
Look, I'm not aware of anything specifically on that, but it's a good question to ask of Treasury as well, with some of the modelling assumptions.
Yeah, could you take on notice, in just a matter of interest, in 2022-23, Chevron Australia Holdings Limited claimed 95.8 million in R&D expenditure. Can you take on notice whether the similar claims would be ineligible under the new regime?
I think the same prescription probably applies.
Does it? Even though they've made that claim in their, they've made that claim in their annual report.
No, they've made that, but I don't think it's open to the department to make comment
under the new regime.
No, I still don't think that.
Really?
I'm happy for the official
if
to
you could take that on
notice, but I suspect that the answer will be the one that he just gave you.
And just last question, can the department table a breakdown of R&D tax incentive claims by ANZ SIS and industry changes for the last year of data available?
We can. I suspect that information is publicly available though as well on ATO tax statistics or the R&D tax transparency publication. I believe you can sort that data set by ANZIC as well.
So you can do that by industry categories?
Yeah. Yes, you can.
So would you be able to do that for me?
Oh, yeah.
I struggle with the spreadsheet at the best of times. So, all right. Yeah, that's it for me. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to go back to this consultation piece. I do think it's important to understand if the department was consulted by Treasury in the development of the CGT changes announced in the budget. I don't seek to understand what the consultation was. I just want to know that you were consulted.
Senator, I will repeat my previous answer around this is part of a budget process that was led by Treasury that I'm unable to go to budget and cabinet processes. If it is useful, I'm happy to take on notice if there's anything further I can provide, but my answer has remained consistent through today.
So it's my understanding that the question of whether or not you provided advice to modelling or analysis, not to the nature of what that modelling analysis was, but whether or not it happened, is something that you can answer on. So my question is, was any modelling or analysis undertaken by the department or provided to Treasury on the impact of proposed CGT changes on Australia's innovation ecosystem before the budget was handed down?
I think Ms Pickworth has gone as far as she can. She's answered the question and she's offered to take the balance of that on notice to see if there's anything more that she can assist you with. I mean, it is a normal answer in these kind of proceedings to not...
I'm not asking, though, Minister...
I understand the distinction that you're trying to make. I'm not convinced by it, but we have taken... We've taken that question on notice, and if we can help you, we will.
All right. On notice, can you please provide all advice, briefings or correspondence provided by the Department of Industry, Science and Resources to Treasury in relation to the proposed capital gains tax changes announced in the 2026-27 budget, specifically regarding any potential impacts on R&D investment, start-up businesses, venture capital activity, or the R&D tax incentive? And on notice, can you please provide any analysis or modelling of the impact of the proposed CGT changes provided by your department to Treasury on venture capital investment in Australia, start-up formation rates the attractiveness of Australia as a destination for R&D?
Senator, we'll take that on notice, but I don't want to raise any expectations for all the reasons that I set out and Ms Pickworth set out. It's unlikely we'll be able to assist you. If there's anything at the margins that we can usefully provide, we will.
Okay. I mean, the reason why I have followed up with these questions is if it is true that Treasury did not consult with this department on such a significant change to the investment environment for startups and venture capital businesses, didn't bother to consult with the department, then this would be a massive oversight, given that DISA has the core responsibilities in supporting and growing Australia's R&D investment.
It's a valiant attempt to provoke a response.
No, I don't really mind. The observation is for the tech sector, who is beside themselves. So now my question is, has Treasury consulted with the department subsequent to their announcement? Have they come back to you and said, oh geez, turns out we might have made a mistake here? What is the impact on formations?
It's a budget process.
No, that's not budget process. That's done. The budget's announced. There's nothing in confidence.
It is a process leading into decisions that government will make, and Treasury is leading that process. You might have some success in Treasury estimates at teasing out some of the details of that, but we are engaged in a good faith process with peak bodies and businesses in that sector, like we said we would.
Okay, well, I am perplexed at the genuine concern of this sector, and the answers that you are willing to give are, we can't tell you if we were consulted or not, we won't talk about whether or not we're being consulted now, and but we think that maybe we'll have to carve it out because everybody's complaining so much and we're worried that everybody's moving to New Zealand. I think that is very poor comms, if nothing else. And I hope you'll reflect on that, Minister.
Senator, you're telling the story. I'll leave it to you.
All right. Senator Little?
So just continue on with the tech sector, specifically the biotech sector. Is the government actually planning to consult separately with that sector, given...
Sorry, I missed the sector.
The biotech sector, given the long timelines between its work and actually potentially getting an outcome, are you going to consult specifically with that sector?
Treasurer is very clear about the scope of those discussions. They go to startups in the broad, not distinguishing between sectors. Australia is a very good place for biotech investment and biotech research and development and biotech startups. We have a very strong history and a very strong pipeline and a lot of support for that sector. The budget offers a lot of support and a lot of measures that back that sector in. But we'll go through that work. The Treasurer will lead that work, and he will go through it in a careful way.
Well, they're so concerned that they're actually doing a member survey to understand the implications, because they are saying that it's probably more likely that some of those companies will look at relocating overseas. So the question that's being asked is, what consideration was given to analysing the impact on the biotech sector from these tax changes?
Well, the Treasurer is leading that process. I don't know how many times I can say it. He said it when he delivered the budget. He said it many times ever since. He's been engaged in that work, and he'll do a good job of it.
Just the Office of the Chief Scientist.
Yes, I've got a question for. Thank you.
Office of the Chief Scientist. And then I think that's the last of this.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much.
And we've got
Yep, and then that's it. Okay, Senator Little.
Professor Hammett, the Office of the Chief Scientist's primary function is to provide independent, authoritative scientific advice to government to inform decision-making and policy directions. That is your core mandate?
Yes, Senator.
Can you tell the committee how many formal written briefings or policy submissions your office has provided to the Prime Minister or Ministers since your appointment in January 2025?
Yes, I can. I have a list of them. Would you like to know meetings with the Minister for Science or meetings with the National Science and Technology Council or all of the above?
Well, it's how many formal written briefings or policy submissions have you provided to government? So you could give me all of them. Just give me a number if you like.
About 5 written briefings.
Right.
And about 8 formal meetings and many, many informal meetings.
Right. Okay. Of those briefings, this is particularly, I guess, on what I'm referring to is the 5 written briefings. How many resulted in a documented government policy response or action?
Well, I'm not advising on policy. I'm providing science advice. So I'll give you some example. Senator Whish-Wilson mentioned the report on misinformation and disinformation. That's a report provided by the National Science and Technology Council. So that was a combination of 4 separate reports with a covering report written by NSTC, the 6 members of NSTC. That was submitted to the Minister for Science, was discussed at a formal meeting of NSTC in November 2025 and published, I think, on the 2nd of April this year.
Right. Professor, as Executive Officer of the National Science and Technology Council, how many times has the Council met since you were appointed in January 2025?
We've had 1 formal meeting. That was in November last year. Remember, we had an election and a caretaker period leading up to the election last May. Minister Husic was very respectful of that time, didn't want us to be presuming on the outcome of that election. And we have intersessional meetings chaired by me, not by the Prime Minister or the Minister for Science. And I believe we've had 3 or 4 of those meetings since I started. I can also say that I speak regularly to the members of the National Science and Technology Council on the phone and when I meet them at conferences and events.
So if you look at the record of the National Science and Technology Council, it seems that it's met about mostly 3 times a year. Are you expecting or have you had, or are you expecting to increase the number of times you're actually meeting?
Well, we're planning a final meeting of NSTC before the 30th of June this year. NSTC was part of the rearrangements announced in the budget. So NSTC and IISA will be replaced by a new committee which was announced in the budget called the National Resilience and Science Council. The Minister is yet to announce the membership of that committee. I understand I'm on it, so it's functioning very efficiently at the moment.
So you understand or you've got confirmation that you will be on that committee?
Well, it's this will, of course, require some legislative change and we'll set about making those arrangements, but it's my intention, and it's our decision that the Chief Scientist will, of course, be on that council. It's an important initiative to bring together from the Chief Scientist and the science community through to our applied science organisations, our special investment vehicles, more coordination across this portfolio and the parts of government that it engages with. This is it's an important opportunity to reinforce and to focus on those priorities for the country.
Professor, given you've outlined meeting less times than previous councils over a number of years, my records here suggest 5 years and then 4 times in 2019. Now there's a new council that you're waiting to confirm your participation on. The council is generally considered a preeminent forum. Do you think the government, on the basis of the amount of times that you've been engaged, still considers that a preeminent source of information and advice?
I don't think that's a fair question for the Chief Scientist, given the evidence that he just gave, which was that he outlined the meetings, he outlined the intersessional meetings that have been convened. This has been, in my observation, a very busy Chief Scientist with a council that that's working effectively and very strong relationships across the science community. That means government gets the advice it needs and gets more. It's been a very important for me as the Minister for Science, the work that Professor Hayman's led.
Right. Thank you very much. I've just got a question you raised earlier in relation to the algal bloom in South Australia, and I heard you mention that you expected, I think in South Australia we are hoping to see the end of this algal bloom, and as we know there are 2 algal blooms. On what basis do you expect that we're going to see that again?
These algal blooms arise from a combination of 2 factors: nutrients in the water and hot water. So when I was gaining experience overseas, we had algal blooms off San Diego, where I was running my institution. Now that we see the water around Australia is much higher than it's been in the last 150 years, unfortunately, any time we get an event which causes nutrients to enter the water around Adelaide, it's likely that we'll get an algal bloom. So such events could be upwelling from the ocean or nutrients coming down the Murray River through the Coorong and entering the ocean. So unfortunately, this hot water that's around Australia is unlikely to go away now. It's likely to be part of our life.
Okay. Thank you. I think we're done.
Thank you very much. That concludes our questions for this group. So thank you to all of the witnesses who've been with us for most of the day. We'll now call representatives from the Net Zero Economy Authority to join us at the table.
Not enlightening, and I think ignored. I mean, that algal bloom has been
There's no... That's all right, David. You sit feel the need for a fresh glass of water, but the pouring is really high stakes, so do it before.
Ready to go? Okay, we'll kick off again. Welcome to Mr. Shanky, representative of the Net Zero Economy Authority. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Senator. Given the time of night, I won't make an opening statement.
Thank you very much. So we'll go straight to questions.
Very popular decision.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening. Thank you for staying so late to meet with us. I refer to one of the missions of the authority, that is to be a trusted and influential voice to build understanding of and shape policy on the regional net zero transition. How is NZEA achieving that mission through advertising and campaigns?
Senator, thank you for the question. The Net Zero Economy Authority, or the NZEA, was set up by Parliament just over 18 months ago. We have a number of functions. One of them is to be a regulator of coal-fired power station closures. We are also a place-based regional economic development agency, and we are trying to focus on particular areas to ensure that the government's wide-ranging Future Made in Australia agenda lands appropriately in those regions. And we also bring back analysis from those regions to explain why that development is or is not occurring. So one aspect of our voice for the regions is bringing back that analysis of the government wants to see Future Made in Development, Future Made in Australia opportunities happening there. We are trying to provide the information for the government about why that is or is not occurring. We also have requirements under our legislation to be communicating what the opportunities are for individuals in these areas through the transition. And how we do that is predominantly through providing case studies for people, case studies in ways that they might be able to move from one occupation to another, case studies that might illustrate for them how the economy might change, and case studies that might illustrate different opportunities that they have. So predominantly that is the way that we would do that. We're one of the few sort of agencies or authorities across the entire sort of Commonwealth sector that has an obligation to communicate in our functions of our Act. And that's how we're fulfilling that activity.
Terrific, thank you. Can you tell me what campaigns are underway at the moment?
We don't have any actual campaigns on the way at the moment. We would have certain public information that would be going on with whether that's through the website or through different materials, but we don't actively have a campaign that you might describe, having billboards or radio ads of that matter at the moment. That is something that we would do from time to time, and it would be focused in particular areas that we have that the government has asked us to maintain a presence in, and that would be either Latrobe, Collie, Hunter, Gladstone, Upper Spencer Gulf or the Pilbara.
Thank you. How much money has NZEA spent on advertising costs to promote net zero this financial year in 25-26?
I might ask someone I might ask Adam to come up to answer that question, but I will further elucidate that what we are seeking to do is to promote information to the community on what the opportunities are for them, whether that is career-wise or whether that is new industries in those areas. So the community understanding that we are trying to engender is that there are options for people and that there are pathways for individuals to follow.
Senator Adam Carlin, I'm the General Manager for Communications at the NZEA. So this financial year we've spent around 80,000 in advertising expenses.
Okay, so in the 24-25 annual report, it showed that NZEA had spent 750,000. I think we're just discussing the Hunter and Gladstone campaigns, which in estimates it was shown to be a campaign that spent $9 million, but only $80,000.
Can I
25-26.
Can I elucidate the difference between those events? So
Thank you.
The campaign that you were referring to from 2023-2024 was a campaign that the Net Zero Economy Authority was asked to do by the government of the day, and so that was a specific function and a specific allocation that was made. That is not part of our normal duties. And I think in my previous answers I've described what we try and pursue in our normal functions.
So, okay, so I understand that the $9 million was spent in 23-24 in the Hunter and Gladstone as part of a campaign to promote opportunities. That was your description, yeah? With net zero. 2 years later, the next year, you spent $750,000, and then this year you've spent $80,000 on advertising the benefits of net zero. If I captured that correctly?
I think it's just when you describe that aspect of the benefits of net zero, we're trying to elucidate for the community what opportunities they might have and what pathways they might be able to pursue. But as far as the different amounts, I think that's an accurate reflection. Is that right?
Yeah, Senator, if I could just add, advertising isn't the only mechanism to communicate within the regions. In fact, we do a lot of other things, and David's talked about the case studies that we've developed and other material that we provide in relation to the programs that we run, or the engagements or activities that are undertaken in the region, or partnerships that we might have, etc. So what we've found is there's a range of mechanisms that we use using our digital channels and other opportunities to communicate that's relevant to the local community. So advertising does a little part of that, but there's other engagement activities as well.
Okay, well then on notice, would you be able to provide a breakdown for this year and the last 2 years? So we capture the 9 million, the 750,000 and now the 80,000 this year. What media has been used and what has been spent on TV, radio, newspapers, social media, influencers, whatever other channels that you've just identified as being new and interesting.
We can certainly take that on notice, Senator, noting that we haven't used influencers or some of those aren't relevant.
No, I appreciate that. That's exactly what I'm trying to understand.
No problem.
Thank you. Could you identify what areas of Australia that money is being spent on, where those campaigns are targeted, please?
We answered that question a little while ago. So it's the priority regions of Hunter, Latrobe, Gladstone, Central Queensland and Collie.
So that's still going on? That's the 80,000 is still being spent in those regions?
Well, that money, that 80,000 in particular, is in the Hunter and Latrobe.
Well, so you'd see why then on notice. I'd like you to tell me where that's all been spent, please. Thank you. Are these advertising costs part of wider campaigns that NZEA is coordinating? I think you've just answered that. So
no, they're not part of any coordinated campaigns. They are communications activities that government communications functions would deliver in the normal sense of running communications. There aren't any connected campaigns in that way.
Well, I think I'm saying campaigns, you're calling them communications, strategies, whatever name we give to it. I'm just trying to understand what's the broader communications piece.
No problem, we can do that.
Thank you. On notice, can you tell me what are your KPIs for measuring success in that regard? And how does NZEA quantify how many people understand the net zero transition, and has there been a shift in attitude in the community? If you'd take that on notice, please.
Absolutely, thank you.
And then could I just ask some questions on board appointments? Terrific. So the selection criteria to determine appointments to the NZEA board, what was the selection criteria?
Senator, the board appointments for NZEA are managed by the department. The relevant team who leads that work are on outcome 1.1. I think I have some high-level information that I can talk to now.
How about on notice?
Or what about I take on notice?
How about
Great,
notice?
thank you.
I give you this range of questions.
Senator, I would add that the legislation has specific detail on what qualifications the board members need to have, and so that's probably relevant to that answer as well.
Thank you.
I've got a few questions. Thank you. I've got some questions again about South Australia, and it's in relation to Torrens Island. I'm interested in understanding the Fair Work determination was made on the 20th of November 2025, approximately 7 months ago. How many AGL employees have opted into the energy industry jobs plan at Torrens Island B?
Senator, thank you for the question. So we did make that application at the end of last year, as you've outlined. It does cover 105, I believe, 105 employees. 102 employees at the facility. What the determination does enable is a period of negotiation between the workers' representatives and the facility on what the conditions should be around the transition. And that process is still underway. Those discussions are still underway.
Right. So has AGL arranged or funded career and financial advice for employees under the EIJP, and how many?
So the AGL has a current program that they offer to their employees. And what the EIJP process does is allow or facilitate an augmentation of that particular program. And so the outcomes of those negotiations are yet to be determined. We would certainly expect to see that in the next couple of months.
All right, so right at this point in time, then, you can't tell me how many employees have accessed that?
The negotiations are ongoing.
Right, okay. Has AGL contributed to training costs for any employees under the EIJP?
So I want to distinguish. So we won't have answers to the EIJP process until that process and negotiation has been completed. They may well have contributed to training programs or contributed to those processes in their own arrangements, but not through the EIJP process.
Okay. So I'm just interested to understand it. Has there then been a delay to your original expectations on timeframes for this? Or are you on schedule?
It is within the timeframes that have been outlined in the Act. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. The EIJP places legal obligations on AGL. What monitoring is NZEA conducting to verify that AGL is meeting those obligations?
Do you want to take that?
Yeah. Senator Rachel Livingston, Division Head, Worker Transition Division. So at the moment we meet quarterly with AGL, and we also meet quarterly with the relevant unions that have coverage at that site. We are separately developing through our board a monitoring and evaluation framework that will track the outcomes for workers at various sites in the lead up to closure, but also after closure as well.
Are you able to advise what the total cost to AGL of its EIJP compliance obligations is?
Senator, as Mr Shanky advised, the AGL and unions are still in negotiations to determine the transition program that they will put in place. So we sort of don't have any further details at this stage as to what they propose to roll out.
So do you have a time frame for your first assessment on that?
Senator, so we have completed the assessment of the Torrens Island closure. That is a mandatory step that we need to take under our legislation. That was completed last year, and that was the process that supported the CEO's application to the Fair Work Commission.
Okay. Senator, I might add that even at the end of that process, the requirements on AGL or what sort of outcomes we are likely to see are things like career advice, time off to do work, training, and ability to do that training. So it might be difficult at the very end of that process to put a cost on it.
Okay. So local businesses can also access those grant incentives from NZEA for employing Torrens Island workers. How many businesses? Do you have a number on how many businesses have applied for that to date, or is that not finalised yet? Also because of those negotiations.
Senator, the grant program and the guidelines around that grant program have not yet been finalised, but we might be able to tell you a little bit about the sort of employers who we are in contact with around in the Adelaide area in the last grant shelter.
Senator, so we had a number of conversations with local employers as part of the assessment process that we commenced last year. As you would be aware, there's sort of a significant defence sustainment industry as well as other electricity generators in the region, all of whom engage workers that have a similar skill set to those workers that will be impacted by the Torrens closure. As Mr Shanky outlined, we do have a redeployment program that we're in the process of developing. We've been undertaking stakeholder consultations, including with AGL, and that's due to be settled by our board later this year. I should say we're still over 2 years out from the closure of Torrens, so we expect to be signing up businesses closer to the closure date.
Okay, so that gas-fired power station in Adelaide was originally due to retire on the 30th of June 2026, but it's been extended to 2028. Has the EIJP been updated to reflect that new closure date?
I think the extension to the Torrens facility happened during the assessment process, so all the details around the Fair Work, all the information in the Fair Work application contained that extended closure date.
And that brings to an end my questions. Thank you. No more from you, Senator McDonald?
No? All right. Look at that. We finished a whole 7 minutes early. So that concludes today's hearings. Thank you to all of the witnesses who've appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. I remind senators that the committee has agreed that any written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by the 12th of June 2026. The committee stands adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.